if this is working. Oh. There we go. All right, good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is 45 minutes early here today because of the non-farm payroll report. This is going to be a similar situation every month. I think it'll probably be at 7 rather than 7:15, but we'll see how it goes. I think it's important to capture this all important event that we're having here. I want to make sure that the stream is live and running here. That's pretty important. I don't see the save thing, but okay. Let me check YouTube. Make sure everything's okay. Okay, good. Looks like it's all up and running. That's good. All right. So the welcome to the stream. This is my virtual trading journal. It's not for financial advice, nor trade advice. And I'm not monetized in any way. The reason and the sole motivation for doing this is first, likes and subscribes would be great. And drop something in the chat, that's even better, actually. And to capture a comprehensive, fully transparent, and accountable journal for myself, and to share if anybody else, if it could do somebody else some good, that would be great. Or help, that would be super. I use Bookmap for my execution platform here, and IRT is my charting platform. I use a investing.com as one of my news sources, which is good to filter for both earnings and numbers. You see that the non-farm payroll is here at 7:30. It's in 10 minutes. That's the purpose. And also invest. Look at this crap. That's not good. Not good at all. I guess the new guy's afraid of being canned. So anyway, there's our reports. Posted that to a couple of sites. I will keep this open, and we'll watch here. This is my IRT, ETH session only. There we are. We're going to have the report is scheduled to be out at the bottom of the hour, and we'll see what the hell happens. Of course, they put in a new all-time high overnight, like they couldn't resist. That was the previous all-time high for put in the ETH session from the 28th of August. And here we are. This is definitely not something you should try to trade. I don't even have, well, I will have here in a minute though. Just, you never know. I'll go over my usual pre-market again and all of my setup stuff. Ooh, and all of my setup as normal every day at 8 o'clock like usual. But I wanted to, that's why I'm thinking that probably I will have this just do this an hour early once a month for non-farm with the complete pre-market and everything. You can see where we are. This was our irrational exuberance tail end of yesterday's close. Opened, and as I suggested in the comments yesterday in the wrap-up, we will unlikely continue to trade higher in the overnight, which we of course did. Maybe easier to see over here. Here was yesterday's RTH session, close, continuation through London, into London. Now they're pulling back a little bit. We have 147,000, wait a minute here, 947,000 contracts traded so far. And we are plus 0.07% change on the ES. Okay. 8 minutes until the non-farm payroll. Let's see if it comes out. They're already saying they're having technical difficulties. Yeah. This will be after this flurry here, which I assume will be flurry. I don't know. Typically it is. This is not an event to trade. And nothing here in the stream is for trade or financial advice. Your prime motivation directive as a trader is to preserve your account. And that's typically the first line of defense is risk management. So be extremely cautious. Definitely set out. The reason I say sit out these numbers is there is no possible way you can control your risk, which is typically done with a stop. So wait for the number, and then if you're so motivated, you can participate after that. But definitely use caution. Basically, just wait. It seems like everything's working. The stream is trickling along here. The reason I'm saying sit out until after the report with a violent reaction, there's no way you can manage your risk. You may think that you're going to be conservative and have a stop down here under the settlement in the POC. This, by the way, is a previous RTH POC at close yesterday. You might have a stop down here, but when the market flies through on light liquidity for these dramatic moves on a number, when price gets to your stop, it converts to a market order, which means it will be filled at the next available price, and that could be several handles away from where you thought you were going to get your stop filled. Called slippage or whatever you want to call it, but it's definitely a reason to sit out on a big number and watch. We're going to have that number in 3 minutes. And we don't really have any other numbers on the books. We have the hourly wage and non-farm payroll and unemployment rate all at the same time. So hook in and hang on. Here we go in 2 minutes. What a crock of shit. Well, here we go. There we are. And you see what I mean by that number? There's no way you got that spike. And a good number is bad for the market in this particular case. What's going on here? Okay. Where's the non-farm? Wow. That's a big difference. You see what I mean about controlling your risk, right? There is absolutely no way you're going to manage this risk, no matter where you had to stop. Our non-farm swing now is from 65 to 65.30-ish. So there's a 30-point swing in seconds. We're back pretty much to this. Well, we're ahead of, a little above the scene of the crime. There you have it. Actually, more than that. Well, 29 handles. Oh, call me a liar. And that, boys and girls, is the reason I'm up early here. I wanted that captured in the stream. This is the first day, so obviously the new guy who said he thought he was going to postpone it was told, no, you're not going to do that. And now the Slutkin is busy rambling on about okay. The theory here. Am I on? Yeah, okay. She's a little groggy. Coffee's just kicking in here, sorry. The theory about this is from people much smarter than I am. Well, I don't know about smarter, but let's say experienced marketeers. The whole focus of the market, especially stocks, is on these rate cuts because, you know, the market cares only about making more money and growth. So if people are losing their jobs and their homes and their families are breaking up, they don't care. The market doesn't really care. They're focused only on, you know, like the likes of Cathie Wood and Citadel and those people especially could care less. They're only concerned with their making money, actually. And so the Fed is looking at anything. Their job as the Federal Reserve is they have two mandates. One is to forgot to do any chapters here. Sorry about that. Let me get going here. Okay. Their entire job or mandate, they only have two. One is to ensure as full employment as possible and a robust economy, not in recession or in inflation. The market is going crazy, wanting rate cuts to the overnight Fed rate. It's not going to have a big impact on mortgages or anything for at least more than a year, but you know, that's the way they work. So the thinking today was two things I was concerned with. The non-farm payroll comes out the first Friday of every month. The last non-farm payroll report was bad. Trump immediately screamed fake news and fired the director of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLS. And, in typical fashion, if it's not in alignment with his thoughts, it's fake news or whatever, rigged or something. A conspiracy plot against him. And then he puts in some young devotee of his whose first news announcement was that he was probably going to suspend the number, putting out the number, which obviously didn't fly very far because that didn't last 10 minutes, and here was the number. Next, we have out just before the number that they're having technical difficulties getting the number out. I guess maybe Trump hadn't finished approving them yet. Who knows? And Letkin, who has pretty transparent motivation. Strictly, he would say his grandmother, he'd sell his grandmother if he thought he could make some money on it and think it was a good idea. That's his history. He's the CEO of can't think of the name, Fitzgerald and Cantor Fitzgerald. Interestingly enough, Cantor Fitzgerald was one of the larger firms in the World Trade Center in 9/11, and he was not in the office, but his brother was and died in the attack. So, condolences to him. I'm not saying that's a good thing or that's terrible, and many of their people did, but he is now the CEO of it, and he's the kind of guy that just looped over the top of everybody and put his two sons on the board as directors, that kind of thing. Was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's, a neighbor, took advantage of bought a $77 million townhouse next door to Jeffrey Epstein at a big discount and things like that. So, in my opinion, he's pretty transparent. And he's come out with the fact that, well, now we're going to have good numbers because Trump fired the chief, the previous director. So here are the numbers. We're right back at the scene of the crime now. In my mind, as far as I'm concerned, the non-farm payroll is, you might as well read the funny papers because it's being controlled completely by the administration. And I would hope that every Democrat in Congress would stand up and go, fake news, just the same as the Republicans and Trump all do. But they don't ever seem to do that. It's really disappointing to me that this most famous of all data points is now tainted. And I'm not sure where it's going to go. But that's the reason I was really keen to have it recorded here, because I wanted to, first of all, I wasn't sure it was going to come out, and that would have been a pretty big deal. And when I first saw their comment that there's technical difficulties, I thought maybe that was going to be the next thing in the wash. So we'll see how it works out today and how people, again, market, participants who are much more involved at a much higher level than I interpret the whole thing. I particularly put a lot of weight on what Tom Sosnoff and Ilya Spivak and Chris Vecchio, some other market people market watchers have to say about it. So there you are. That was non-farm payroll. And you see why it was not a good thing for you to try to trade that. What's going on in the news front over here now? And here's exactly what I was saying about traders add to the bets on the Fed interest rate cut in September, based on the fact that bad news is good news for the market. And that was exactly what they were hoping for. Remember, I just said that, but here we are. Because they think that bad news will increase the idea for or ensure the Fed cuts. Jesus Christ, here we go again with more Trump stuff today. This is becoming a weekly event, I think. 11, 13, 15 every 2 hours. Anyway, there you go. Well, there we are. So unemployment is sneaking up, but not horribly. They're all excited that it's a bad economy and a bad number. In other words, they're excited that people lost their jobs so that they can get a rate cut to make more money. Interesting, no? Interesting dynamic. Good morning again. Here we go. So, welcome back to the stream here. I started at 7:15 this morning to record the non-farm payroll. So, we'll start over again here, I guess. This is my virtual trading journal, risk neutral trading. The idea here, excuse me. The idea here is that I don't multitask well, and this is my virtual journal, by virtue of which I capture everything I'm watching on my screens with the video, and my voice picks up, my voiceover gives insight as to what I was thinking at the time, which really works well. I don't have to be screen snapping or typing or doing anything else through the trading day. And I stream it to YouTube for complete transparency and accountability, number one. Number two, I can review these streams, which again are my journal, trading journal. I can review them on any device, which is pretty handy because I have standing desks here. I don't sit down for 12, 14 hours a day, and it's nice to be able to relax and go back through and listen to what I did or didn't do right. Kind of, that's how that journaling works. So we have had a big number out already this morning, the world famous non-farm payroll. Let me see a couple other things that I might add. I have a commitment to take no trades off of the stream, and that's also the reason for the length of the stream. Typically, it starts at 8 o'clock in the morning and goes through the cash close at 1500. Today is 07:15, so that we could capture this non-farm payroll here. And I will go through 1500 again today. It's not for financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. And I'm not monetized in any way. So my entire motivation for this is just as I have stated. It's my trading journal, and I try to share it for the purposes of accountability, and hopefully can help one way or the other. We continue to burn higher here because they got the bad news they were looking for in the economy, which I'll just talk about a little more and coming up here in a minute. But that's the reason we're having this right here. So let's see now. I think I've covered all of that. I've covered all of this. Let's go on. Let's get to the numbers here, which are kind of redundant, but this is my book map. This is my IRT, which is my charting platform, and this is my two news sources, investing.com, both of which are free, by the way. Investing.com I like because it's more concise, easy to snap, easy to review. You can filter it out for your time zone, reports you're interested in, etc. Here's the reports of the day and why we were started early. Big drop in non-farm payroll. Labor market very soft, big problems, which of course the market loves because that means that the Fed will, they believe that ensures the Fed will cut the rate in September. Interesting concept, isn't it? They're hoping for millions of Americans, thousands of Americans to have trouble financially and economically so that they can make some money. Pretty weird dynamic. And now they've upped it from a quarter point to this half point rate, or half basis point cut. This is the whole thing right here. really interesting. So this is Financial Juice, the same exact format basically over here of the calendar, and then this is more of a Squawk Box event or affair, and it is also free. You can pay all you want, you know, there's an ad everywhere, but you don't have to. We got some unidentified critical risk on the table today, as usual. 11, 13, 1500, and 1800 doesn't matter to us anymore, but these two certainly are, and those are unidentified critical risks because at any time, any of these specific, there's a few of the people in the administration that are really like the sound of their own voice and are really fond of cameras. Lutkin being one of them. Bessett being another. And of course the head and shoulders above the rest of them is Trump. So anytime, and this is not a political statement, but it's a fact, anytime they're near a microphone or a camera, there is a possibility, an unrecognized critical risk. They could say anything, he could say anything at any time, which would have a huge impact on the market. That is an unidentified critical risk by definition. Any project manager knows, that's worth their salt, after you've set up your project and identified your resources, the first thing you want to do is a risk management plan. You identify any potential risks to your project and a mitigation plan for how to deal with them. If you can't recognize, if there's some risk out there that you don't think you can identify and quantify, that's a critical risk. And that's exactly what we have with this administration. Not political statement at all, it's the truth. So there you go. Okay, let's get down to the pre-market, which is pretty self-explanatory, I guess. There's no other numbers out this morning, by the way. This is IRT, which is my charting platform. This is the ES overnight. NQ, these are the minis, by the way. And this is my higher time frame chart, which is the micro composite. This is simply a chart of the RTH session, regular trading hours, which is 8:30 to 1600 right here. And these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Big gap here, no overlap, new volume profile. Simple. And by doing so, it generates a micro composite VPOC and I'm looking at something here. And these red and green lines represent these high and low volume nodes of the micro composite profile. The red and green lines push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. And this is the market profile chart, the old standard. I want to make sure I got 1650 over here. And here's our quote page where volume, percent change, etc. So let's get back to the bookmap now, which is here. This is my trading platform. And the first thing I want to do is, this is the micro composite column where I manually enter various levels which are important to me. But the first of which is the most recent naked volume point of control for a RTH session, and that would be right here, and that's for yesterday. This is where our POC for the RTH session was when we closed yesterday. So that's the most naked point of control for that. Up here is another. This is the all-time high, which was put in on the 28th of August. Now look what we've done. I'll talk about this in a minute, but I want to be sure I've got 64.5 over here is what I'm trying to do. So bear with me. 64.5. Where did you go? 64.5. Yep, right there. We have the micro composite. That's the MCV POC, and that was put in originally on the 30th, on the 3rd, and it remains there. Okay, so that's something I wanted to be sure of. Now, these are where I obviously enter these manually. My workflow is that when price is revisited, let's see if we have one down here somewhere. When price is revisited in the RTH session, like here, I change the text from white or from whatever color it is to black. So there's that. And there is a previous MCV POC from the 29th of August, which was taken out yesterday. Okay, that's the micro composite, the high time frame. My idea here is to have all the data that I want or that I feel important for me to trade on the hard right edge of the screen. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically to Bookmap from IRT, and there's one of the high volume nodes, coincidentally, and not a coincidence at all. It's exactly at the POC. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. Will continue through today at 1600. Friday, it'll pick back up again on Sunday at 1700. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset at 0830 this morning. And here's a very important column for me. This is my notes column. First thing I do is clear the notes from yesterday. And you'll see that there was, hold on a minute. First thing you'll see is there was migrating VPOCs. There's a string of probabilities and percentages associated with various price levels, the session prices. So let's start by clearing the notes. Yes, I do. The next thing I want to do is change the title of the column to the open type for the day. And coincidentally, yesterday was higher out of range. Today will also be higher out of range. And how do we determine that? Well, real simple. There's only two criteria. If we open right here, right now, this is price. That's the last price right there. This is the active data column. This is historical. This is the last price traded right now. How would that relate to the previous RTH session range? Or I'm sorry, close, which is right here. We're higher than the close, right? And how does it relate to the previous RTH session range? Well, here's the RTH session high. Very definitely, it's higher than the range. So it is higher, out of range. That's the open type. That will dictate which statistics we will apply to their corresponding price levels. And we'll do that in a minute. I also, as you saw before I deleted it, I also flagged the migrating volume points of control here as this thing moves through the day. Talk about that later. These are the session prices, which are pushed from IRT directly to Bookmap, and they're absolutely straightforward, not magic, nothing to be daunting. Just my whole world is data, logic, probabilities, period. Stand by, I'm gonna sneeze here. Wow. Okay. So these are just abbreviations for common sense. This is the overnight ETH. This is the ETH high. There's two sessions in the day. There's the ETH, or the extended trading hours, which starts at 1700 every evening and trades through 08:30 in the morning. That's the ETH, and there's the RTH, the regular trading hours, which is from 8:30 until 1600. Simple. Developing value area high, overnight volume point of VWAP, the overnight mid, previous high. Pretty simple, right? Some important levels over here. Again, not daunting. There's the POC for both the full session and the RTH session. The POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Here's the overnight volume point of control, marked by that more muted yellow volume point of control line, which is developing. What does that mean? That means we traded 4,905 contracts right here at that price, and the very split second that any one of these prices trades 4,906, that yellow line will move there. It's that easy. I mean, it's that straightforward. This is the Globex VWAP, and down below us is a RTH VWAP. That's volume weighted average price. You'll notice that there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT anyplace except these levels and lines that I'm telling you right now. And they are not indicators, they are data-driven lines, real time. This is the location of the developing value area high for the current auction. This is the location of the overnight mid, period. Okay, and this is the POC for the previous RTH period. Now there is one other line around here somewhere. There we go. This is the RTH mid. There's not one for the ETH. I don't care. I mean, I just don't do it. And here's the RTH. Come on now. Here's the RTH. Come on. Here's the RTH VWAP. And then way down here in the corn patch somewhere, we have the overnight, or the IB high and IB low, which seem to confuse people because of the acronym IB, initial balance. It's an old market profile term. All these two levels really and truly represent are the high, and down below us somewhere, the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there is to it. You don't need a wizard's hat or a magic wand or, any kind of Hermione spells. It's just data, common sense, and probabilities. Now, there is one note. Well, let's just get on with it from now on. So that's how the levels are derived. Should put your mind at ease. And these are the next thing we're going to talk about here are the probabilities or the statistics. Right? They are derived simply from this study right here. We already have determined we're going to open higher out of range. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type. This is from yesterday because obviously it doesn't do that until 8:30. The study is so simple. It looks back at 2,000 days. Of the 2,000 trading days in the study, we opened higher out of range 514 of those days. Of these 514 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 413 times for 80.4%. Boop. Overnight volume point of control, 80.4. Could it be any more simple? And I will just go down the list now. Overnight high, 77.0. Oh, come on now. And so on. It's just that simple. There's one other thing I want to do here, which is the 65.6. This is the IB high, was revisited 337 times. What did I say it was? It's 65.6. Okay, let's scoot down here to the IB high, and I'll show you why I wanted to do that. 65.6. IB high. And why do I put the initials? Remember the definition? The minute we open today's RTH session, these lines are going to disappear from this level and go to the high and the low of this current, upcoming, today's RTH trading session. So this, and if in 2 hours I didn't put this initials here, in 2 hours I'm going to go, what the hell was 65.6%? Okay, that's all there is to it. Now, I want to do one more thing before I continue my story here. And that is the T-Lab snap. Wait a minute here. The T-Lab snap, which I do every morning at about 8:20. Wait a minute here. I'm getting all discombobulated here. There we go. And that's a real simple thing. Also, yes, still, whatever you want, however you want to put it. So there we go. Now, the T-Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it is obviously it is a Discord chat room on the Bookmap server, Discord server. It was started by a guy named Tom B. He is a professional trader with 46 plus years experience and very successful, I believe. I've been a member and following there for years. I contribute a couple of snaps a day, the reports early in the morning, and then another snap, which is this one, that I put together years ago to try to help folks that don't have the same kind of charting capability have access to all the numbers and the relationship of the various sessions, recent sessions, that they can to try to help out, just to kind of contribute a little. Tom does a lot of good people in there. Ned, Rod, Lefty, didn't matter, Garrett, Harry, a lot of good people. Whose names I don't mean to slight anybody by not thinking of it, but and the general tone is adult. Now, I will say that Tom doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. You'll never see a screen snap or a representation of his account, and I'm absolutely sure you're never going to see a wrapped Ferrari or a bunch of gold chains. But after a few years of listening to somebody every day and watching what goes on and how it correlates with the market, I'm relatively sure that he is what he says he is. And that is a successful trader. And another real important thing is absolutely nothing in the T-Lab is for sale, just as it is here in this stream. You'll never be solicited for anything. And that's huge. And I only make this recommendation for the Traders Lab by Tom B. Is the only one of the Bookmap Discord chat rooms, or any other chat room except this one for that matter, that I would recommend, simply because of that fact. And I don't say there's anything wrong with people trying to sell something and make a business and support themselves and their families. That's perfectly fine. I am specific about the Discord, the Bookmap Discord area, because you do have to join the Bookmap Discord server and then navigate to the Traders Lab by Tom B. But there's a whole bunch of other rooms in there, and I don't recommend any of them because I haven't visited them. I've only visited 2 others, and they were typical. Third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something, and that's fine, but that's not what I'm interested in. So the Traders Lab -Tom B, if you're interested, give it a whirl. Or I prefer, or stay here, which is good for me. What can I tell you? So that's the snap that I do every day there. And where are we now? Well, we're at 8:26, so we're getting close to rock and roll time here. And let me point out something that's pretty important. If you're going to be watching these markets, you probably better be able to trade them. In order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel and select a method you will use with your mouse to trade. I had already done this early this morning. Typically, it would look like this. This would be off. You click the button in the padlock like that. You select a method that you would interact with the application with your mouse to trade. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. If you choose both, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns. Dome, and both is obviously both columns. Further to that, I use multi-brackets. And this is the risk-neutral methodology, and hence the name of the stream here. This is the smallest package size, and the package needs to be even numbers. So there's the smallest size, it's 2 contracts, and you select a stop in ticks for both contracts or for the entire package. In my case, on this package, in this environment, with this account, you want to take into account your account risk appetite, anything that you need to deal with in that regard financially. You want to ensure that you're going to be in business tomorrow, right? Once you've selected this first 2 parameters, the first risk neutral scale, or T1 over here, is set in stone because it's for half of the contract, half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then you have the runner. If it's 4 lots, there you go. If it's a higher volatility, there you go. Different tick size, 4 lots, half the package, 1 or 2 runners. That's all there is to it. The key is that once you achieve this first trade profit target or risk neutral scale, the worst that can possibly happen to the trade is a scratch. Nothing. You lose nothing. However, that is very dependent on the fact that you don't move your stop away from entry. If you do that, then you've got a lot bigger issues to deal with. And then I do the multi-account trading, There we go. So now I've confirmed that this is my package size. I don't need to worry about any of these bracket things down here in the trade control panel because I use multi-brackets. We're going to open in less than a minute. You'll notice that all the trade parameter data is the same up here. So I can click this again. It stays green. I get the real estate back. I have all the trade parameter in ticks. I have cancel and close. That's all I need. And now we're going to get ready to rumble here in 30 seconds. And this will not reset as it's supposed to. And then you'll hear me scream and bitch and moan and carry on because that's been an ongoing issue. Okay. 10 seconds here. I should say 15 seconds. I'll have some other conversation about levels and all-time highs and those kinds of things, but we're in a gap up situation now, big time. And there's our open. And we did not reset. Well, that worked this time. So now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to track migrating VPOC. I'm going to widen out and throw my vertical line on here, which is nothing more than a marker of the session start. Here's the next VPOC. I'm not going to track these little jumps through here. And I'll show you why I do this. This is a holdover from years ago, when I would stay zoomed in to within 5 or 10 minutes on the heat map here, or the chart. And you obviously the yellow line will continue to plot all day faithfully, but pretty soon it will scroll off the left of the screen, and so I would do these. My new workflow, which is, I find, more intuitive, is look at that, is to put this chart, put this vertical line at the session start, if I could ever get that exactly right. And then it's just, this is just a visual clue. I can glance left out of my eye or peripheral vision, and if I see this blue line, I know I have the entire session in view on my chart, and that gives me an unprecedented scope of the context. Right? How can you miss it? There it is in front of your face. And that's, I think, the context. I never want to trade counter context or counter trend or against the context of the day. I think that's a huge mistake a lot of traders make. And so that's that. Now I'm going to switch my charting from full session to RTH. Really hard to do. There you go. Now we have a big gap up, huh? So we are in gap rules. And let me finish one thing at a time here, because we all know how I don't multitask that well. Okay, I do plot the micros, same exact setup. Come on. And let's change the micros to the day session. And I tell you why I do that. I make available these session price levels to anybody that can use them, free. And they push nonstop. Here's our naked volume points of control. Save that. So far we're okay, no lags. We've got our session settlements, that's good. What happened here? There we go. I don't want to do that. Cancel over here, what's going on? There we go. All right, so we have a big gap up. Now what are we going to do? Well, we're going to go to the open, and we're going to put in a flag that says this. We're going to put in a high time frame micro composite flag, and it's going to say something different. It's going to say gap high 050925. Bam. And we're going to slide down here to our previous close, which is right there. And I guess we'll make it our previous settlement, or our previous high. I don't want to do that. I'm going to do that over here. Football. And then I'm going to go similarly. I'm going to go, sorry, I was on the wrong screen. Like I said, this is the gap low, 040925. Now, these are our gaps. There's our gap low and there's our gap high. I use, as should be obvious here, the session range for gap. There's the high, there's the open. So that's how I do that. disregard the expected moves here. I haven't updated them for 2 days. I'm rethinking that whole idea. It's based on the implied volatility of the options, at the money options. Strike. Okay. Now what's going on? Let's see. Well, we can't see there's our range, so we know that this is our context so far. You see the yellow brick road here continues to plot, no problem. Our overnight, our IB high is correct. Our IB low is correct. Yeah. Developing value area low and high are the value area high applicable to the current auction. Value area high and low. I don't see one here anywhere quickly. Come on, man. Well, I don't see one. Anyway, just it's the same without the D, are for the previous auction. And in this case, I've changed my IRT charting to day session only so that the value area high and value area low represent yesterday's RTH session correctly. Now we're going to talk about this thing right over here, which is the all-time high that was put in on the 28th. Then we had the overnight high, which was right here, and that is a new all-time high, and the RTH traders cannot stand for the ETH people to hold records, and guess what? They've got a new all-time high 1 or 2 ticks above them. Funny, huh? But true. So we've got an all-time high. ATH 050825 RTH, because sometimes they'll get into a leapfrog deal and it's really funny, but it's not that funny. Okay. Is that correct now? No, it's got to be one more. And if you want to be, damn it. If you want to be real accurate about it, there could be an ETH all-time high right there, but I'm not going to do that. It's ridiculous. And here was our previous RTH all-time high on the 28th. Now, my workflow is, this has been revisited or superseded or whatever you want to call it. So I changed the text to black. So we see that happened. What else have we done here? Well, nothing. We jumped way above the overnight stuff. Even more so. And we have only taken out the overnight high so far. That's the only statistic that's been hit. That's interesting. What's happening in... I don't know what to call it anymore. What's happening in BS land over here? Oh, I didn't know we had a White House advisor on CNBC. That's always deadly. Yeah, the housing sector is a disappointment. Well, take those tariffs and shove them up your butt, fool. And, you know, unemployment is on the rise, inflation's on the rise. They put in tariffs, which are a tax on American people. I don't care what you want to believe. The Americans pay the tax, the tariffs. Certainly no one else does. And then this moron can't figure out why the housing market is soft. Jesus Christ, you know, really. And these guys are getting paid $500,000 to $1 million a year to be in the government? Good God. Good God. Okay, what the hell are we doing now? Well, it's 8:40. There's no numbers coming out. We've already had that event. There's about a flat mess going on here, huh? We've got a 41, 32, got a 9 handle range so far. Pretty flat bottom on this profile at the moment, right at the gap low, or gap high, I'm sorry. Gap rules, what are they? Well, let me go into that one. Gap rules say that if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if we get accepted into previous day's value, there's a very high probability we'll trade all the way across that value. If we trade and close the gap and don't make it to value, are rejected back out of the previous session range, then the odds are we will trade in the direction of the gap. It's pretty simple. Look over here. We gapped up above the previous all-time high. Jesus, it's just amazing. We have a worsening economy. Unemployment is on the rise. Inflation is on the rise. We're staring down a huge tax increase, which is what the tariffs are. No question about it. All to cater to a guy who's gone bankrupt 14 times. And among other things, And they wonder, and the market does this, because they're so excited to get a rate cut from the Fed, they push a new all-time high on the S&P. It's amazing to me. My estimation would be to take them out and shoot them, but that's just me. And I just can't bring myself to jump on board, I guess. I guess that's the problem. I can't set aside the human and the citizen of the country that I am for my selfish goals or desires, I think is the problem I have. No, I am trying to trade and I'm trying to make a living at this, and I'll talk about trading as a business here pretty quick. I don't mean to be, derogative or down or whatever. Maybe that's how it comes across. It's really important to think positively, and that's what I'm trying to do. It does depress me when I see the market rally on pain and suffering of other people. Doesn't seem right. So here we go. Are they going to continue to jam it higher? How much? I guess it depends on how much cocaine they've got, Well, that's how I look at it. And it just reminds me of a bunch of cokeheads from the 70s and 80s, sitting around the bar just trying to out-talk each other. Incredible. And Lutkin is about a snake in the grass. Perfect for the new administration, however. So, a real tight range. There's the gap high. There's previous all-time high, which was on the 28th of August. Who cares anymore? We got a naked volume point of control way below us. The biggest statistic of the day is the overnight volume point of control. My current trading has been to vet the IB statistic trades, of which there are two, the IB failure and the IB continuation. And I'll let this market play as I watch here a bit before I get into trading as a business, not as a video game. Here's the market profile now on the RTH session only. There's our gap. There's yesterday's basic trend day. We're getting close to testing this gap. Pushing the IB low a bit lower here. You notice this discrepancy between the flag and the indicator line? That's not a bug, it is known behavior. And it's now they'll be even again. It is based on the following. The data that drives both the flag and the line comes from IRT. It's pushed every 30 seconds, basically and it's real time over here. Now we're going to push in another level, another 11 seconds or 8 seconds. The next one will update, and then it'll kick over. You'll just watch that. There you go. Starts again. All day, every day. Okay, so that's pushed automatically to Bookmap. The difference is that the smallest incremental refresh rate I can set in the cloud node column here is 1 minute. This indicator, which I bought from Bookmap, was coded by whomever, and they obviously have it set differently. So there can be this stair-step effect, and they catch up in the next cycle of refresh, which is about 30 seconds. You know, if you are so tight in the market that 30 seconds is going to throw you off base, you better go do something else. Or you're a hell of a lot quicker than I am. Let's put it that way. Okay. We widened our range out now to exactly 10 handles. Ooh, boy. And I'm busy talking to a muted mic here, so never mind about all of that. Well, we're going to get down and close the gap pretty darn soon if we're not careful. And I sincerely hope that somebody was trading that down. And I'm disappointed that I was on mute because I was giving his most phenomenal secret trading sauce of all time. Here's our gap low, don't forget. Man. I try to have the monitors, the price levels on 1 point high, and then keep my whole session in view, as I've talked about a lot already with my little visual clue over here, cue over here, I should say. And well, here's our gap close here pretty quick, boys and girls. That would have been a lovely. Wow. At 20 handles. That's pretty incredible. Again, I am just, on the sidelines until 9:30, which is when the IB statistics will be in play. And that sucks, but it's the truth. Pretty close to that gap close, eh, boys and girls? Right within a tick. And I want to be sure and point out that I look at gaps in terms of range. And we have gap rules, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. So, I guess we can talk about what I'm up to and why here. We're going to close that gap. Right there. Now, remember the gap rules. If we're accepted in range and or better yet, value, high probability will trade across that range at least, or the value at least. If we're rejected out of it, very high probability will trade in the direction of the gap. I think that this is such an occurrence of irrational exuberance that it's beyond stupid. Here, we got a new all-time high once again. Hard for me to get used to the fact that everybody's so excited that, you know, anyway, never mind. Yeah, so here we are. We're closing. There we go. Now we got that gap close in the previous high. So what happened here? Well, we closed the gap, but not by much, right? So we'll change the text color to black. There's not a gap anymore. It's been satisfied or closed. That means, ooh, what the hell is that? Okay. Okay. The gap has been closed. The previous RTH high was taken out. Here we got a new one. You know. Now, I can start thinking about my, and this will be satisfied also. This has also been traded over. My workflow is, as I mentioned earlier, is when a level has been revisited or is no longer hot, I change the text to black from whatever other color it used to be, white or red or whatever. Still a long way from that gap close on the NQ over here. Notice this. This is us today. Yes, right here. And this is the NQ. So we're quite a ways away yet. What are we at? 691. Low up here is about 23.7. So, wow. 80 points or so. On the NASDAQ, we continue to push lower. We're into the previous RTH high. Here's our previous RTH close. Here's our previous RTH negative volume point of control and settlement. There's a whole lot of previous stuff going on here. So I'm not sure how to approach this, whether to start a description of trading as a business. I suppose that's the best way to go. So if you're interested in approaching trading and developing trading as a sustainable, consistently profitable business, rather than a video game or gambling or a hobby or an adrenaline rush or whatever, this is what you need to do, I believe. And it's not something that I cooked up. It's, from that which has been recognized by the most successful traders in the world. And first of all, let me point out this iceberg right here. They've been refreshing this 71 all this time across here. Now we're down to the previous close. So there are some gap traders that trade close, and so now they're happy. And here we are at settlement, which is another big one. The minute we cross under settlement, our percent change right here will go red. That's a pretty big deal to a lot of retail traders when their screens and quote boards all go red numbers instead of green numbers, they all start hitting the sell button. And it's driven strictly by the current price compared to the settlement price. That's all there is to it. Anyway. So, trading as a business rather than a video game, what is that? The first thing you need to recognize is that this is a random environment, and that the outcome of the next trade, the probability of the next trade is 50-50. This is historical. This is the here and now and the future. And what's that saying that everybody doesn't pay attention to? Historical, past results are not indicative of, are not indicative of future results. Past performance is not indicative of future results. None of this has any impact on this, on the probability of this, the future trade. And this is a coin flip. This is 50-50. Price only goes up or down. So once you recognize that and come to peace with it, a couple things. You notice that it's stupid to try to predict where the market's going. You can anticipate it. What are we doing? What's the context today? Down. So I anticipate we're going to continue to go down, at least towards value. Also, well, I'll talk about that in a second anyway. So once you come to peace with that, how do you approach it as a statistical business? Business. Not a game, but a business you can rely on. You identify a pattern or an occurrence that happens frequently that you can recognize. Here's one, the IB statistic. And it's been proven historically and statistically to be a fact. And then you determine the parameters which would validate an entry into that market for you in your trading environment with your account size and all risk tolerance and all that. Once you have done that, you capture a data set of identical parameters and setup for that trade, and a large enough data set that's out of the range of random distribution so that it is statistically significant. At least 50 to 100 trades. And mathematically, if that has an edge, if that setup and those parameters or those criteria produce a positive edge or expectancy, then Whenever it presents itself in the live market, you put the trade on, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that edge or that expectancy to your bank account. This is the plan and the methodology used by the most successful traders in the world, and recognized by any of professionals as, yeah, that's what trading is. The rest of what you guys think is BS. So, there you are. I'm talking about Ed Thorpe, Jim Simmons, the most successful professional hedge fund man in the world, Reliant. Still to this day. Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Mark Douglas, Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy, right down to Tom B in the Traders Lab, Rod and us in Static and Traders Lab. I mean, from the top to the bottom, any successful trader knows that's how it works. And so, given that, I am in the process of vetting the initial balance setup and trades, of which there are two. The IB failure, where we come down, don't get anywhere, and test back, go back, mean revert back to the mean, outside in, or based on context, a IB continuation, where we come down, we come up, and we continue on. Right now, where's it going? We're heading down here. We're getting pretty close to value. By golly. There it is. There's the value area high from yesterday. Okay, now the important part of this whole story is, the important criteria is that there is no IB statistic until 9:30, because the IB continues to move down or up for the first 1 hour. So the statistic is not a thing yet. Therefore, there's no trade to do for me until we get to that statistic. And I can assure you that trading to the statistic is a really bad idea. I've tried that. It's a loser. So, got 10 more minutes until the IB statistic is set, at which time I will determine whether there's going to be, I think I get a setup for the IB continuation or the IB failure. With this context, and the reason I find context so important to have on my screen at all times, what is the context here? What the hell direction do you think we're going? Do you think that going along would be a good idea? What is the market doing? So far. So there we are. That's why I'm watching and waiting. One of the nice things about doing trading this way is nothing is a surprise. And you're anticipating being able to interact with the market in advance. I'm anticipating that after 9:30, likely would be an IB continuation trade. However, this is value area high, and loop back to gap rules. Are we being rejected out of value, or are we going to be accepted? Here is our full session so far. So there we go. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. By golly. I'd like to, I will reiterate, do not trade towards the stat. What do I mean by that? Well, okay, we've got 9 minutes left. We're below mid, VWAPs, POCs. We're in the value area low. I'm sure we're going to trade to the, I'm sure the statistic that we will take out is the IB low. So I get short. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. The statistic says that there is greater than a 97.5% probability that we will take out the IB high or the IB low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. Doesn't say which one, and it doesn't say when. And remember, this is not a statistic now. This is just the IB continuing lower. That's all. So there's no statistic done yet. So you can't take an IB statistic or an IB stat trade until there's a stat. And if you don't believe me about the other part, here's what I mean. In all four open types, here we are, 97.7% probability, 98.2, 98.3, 98.0, all four, the IB high or low is exceeded by price. Simple. And that's the statistic I'm working on vetting at this point. That those trades, and of those, within that statistic, the trades that are recognized are the IB failure, which would be down here and then mean revert back, or the IB continuation. Pretty simple. Typically, the IB failure, which is a mean reversion trade, would be suggested by a balanced rotational market. And the IB continuation trade would be suggested by the directional market. What would be your, if you're a reasonable human being trader and you know which end is up, basically, what would you expect? Well, looks to me like we would expect an IB continuation from off the lows south, wouldn't it? But I'm not going to do, I have no statistic to trade yet because it continues to push lower. And this is right on top of the value area high, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it's up here. What happened to that flag? I don't know why this flag keeps dancing around. Here's our value area high, so we're being accepted in value. What does that mean again? Well, that means that if that's the case, there's a high probability that we will trade all the way across this value down here to the previous low somewhere around the 56s. Not saying that's going to happen, but that is the thinking of the gap rules. So we've got the gap rules in play as well as the IB. We traded down to a high volume node. Now we're back up, low volume node. Hody pody, the nodie, when we've taken out the POC from yesterday. That's been achieved, as has, there's no statistic for settlement. I mean, there's got to be, but it isn't in the study and I don't know what it is. Now we're approaching, it's still only 926, right? There's still no stat. The IB low will continue to move down. And what have we done over here? If you look at the market profile, we pretty much just plowed right into this the beginning of the large distribution from yesterday. Value area over the IB. I'll be really glad when I have this set up vetted so that I can be trading less rigidly, you know. Not that I won't trade only specific vetted setups, but I'll have a little more flexibility, and I'll be happy to have more than one trade in my, more than one bullet in the clip. Oops, sorry. The hell is that? Who cares what Giorgio Armani thinks about anything? So now we're getting close to the IV statistic. We are very definitely in range. Is it going to bounce? Hey, buddy. Well, 30 seconds. Pins and needles, boys and girls, pins and needles. And remember, now it's important to keep your monkey mind in check. I'm very very, very, very tired of this process, and I'm 1 2-lot trade away from having 5 accounts. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned that story, but anyway, 5 accounts past the milestone to the XFA. That's important to remember. So I don't want to be, FOMO-y, monkey-mindy kind of thing. And also it's important to remember that, okay, it's 8:30 and 22 seconds. We have not taken the IB stat yet. Or have we? By 1 tick, maybe. If you look at the volume down here. That does not a statistic make for me. So that means that the statistic has not been hit yet. And we are context is very definitely down. I don't know whether that's considered as far as I'm concerned, that's not. I think it's the way this text is printed. We haven't really taken the statistic now. We're going to do that here in a minute, I think. What do we have below us? Well, we have we've got the POC from some place or another. This is why I say don't trade to the stat. If you thought this was a good idea, you're now getting ready to be stopped and you haven't taken the stat yet. Remember, these are 5 handles across here. So we want to open this up to about 1 handle. I do. So I can keep some sense of reality about this. And here's our statistic. We know what context is. We don't have to look back. We can see where we are here. So quickly around the horn, what do we got? We're set up. We're at 2 lots. We've got the multi-account thing going. Nothing's more of a pisser than that. Okay. And there, oh, well, we have taken the statistic by 1, if you see what the previous RTH low is right here. I'm missing something there. Oh, shit. That was real annoying. So there we go. Two tests lower and not getting anywhere yet. That was probably the spot to go. Ooh, look at there. Oh, maybe not. Wow. Is that news related or what is that? I'm real tempted to take a short here. Should have done that here. This is the part that's tough. The statistic is obvious, but the parameters, the qualifying parameters to validate the trade, that's the hard part. So far, we're not getting anywhere down here, are we? So there's 79, 76. We got to get down past the previous low down here to this area for our... Oh, and there's the previous IB high. I'm not seeing what's comfortable for me to take a short here or long, but and maybe I missed it. Well, that's going to be pretty disappointing. There would be the scale. And now I missed that pull off. I missed the rundown by being so that's a missed vetted trade so far. Yeah, I missed that signal right there. Disappointing. Fear and discretion. That's definitely what that is. A little too uncertain right here. This spooked me, to be honest about it. And now what are we going to get? Are we going to get a test back up here and then drop down again? We did get to take out that previous IB high, which was a level, 65%. Let's see something else here. What are we doing? Anything that I can see that makes sense? Oh, son of a bitch, I keep looking around and missing these. Taking a trade now down here is chasing, and it's putting your stop in the middle of all this traffic. That is really disappointing. We got a couple hundred contracts living down here. Right now, this is not a place to take a trade. It's too far below the IB low. And I have missed 2 opportunities. Is this going to be a third opportunity? You have to start looking. I find myself looking at these in different time frames. So what do we got now? We got higher lows and higher highs. That's a problem for me. This trade here would have been fine for a scale. This one, this one, this one. But we're not getting any lower down here. We're sort of bottoming on the Renko. And that's pretty much at the previous MCV POC from the 29th, and that's about right. I'll stand by here. I'll be disappointed with that missed trade, but I am going to not get FOMO'd in. And your monkey mind is something you're never going to get over. I'm sort of if I miss the first opportunity, then I kind of think I'm chasing it. And we're going to really probably plummet, which is extremely irritating. Definitely now this would be chasing, in my opinion, so I've missed my opportunity here. 1, 2, 3. This is would have been a pretty late entry, putting the stop right in harm's way. It's so easy to look back, right? That's why rear view mirror trading is so addicting to most people, and it's the stock and trade of most internet gurus. But how can you miss? Oh yeah, I got short right here. Took the IB, right here, we tested up, we couldn't get above it, got short, whatever. Pick one, pick a spot. That any of those are valid ideas. All of which are at 79, and now we're down to 9 points so far. My 2-lot profit target, which would put all 5 of these accounts over the hump, is 12 points. What are we doing now? Looking pretty late to me here. No sooner do I say that than it pulls back more than enough for my scale. The scale is not the goal, of course, but it certainly is a huge psychological benefit. Because once you're risk neutral, then bam, you are. If this breaks, they're going to head south with conviction. The NQ is, moving down, and they've closed that gap. Wow, I didn't even notice that. We're red across the board. Breaking down, that was an opportunity there. That was a real missed opportunity. $69, $67 would be the two profit target. I mean the target. In my opinion, I've missed my opportunity here, so I'm standing by. I will say something about myself, and it's continuing to hammer down. We're going to get across value, sure as the world. Oh, I'm so disappointed in me. I don't know how to get around that fear. Fear of not being right, fear of a loss, which is absolutely stupid because I know that there's a 50-50 chance every time will be so. And any one of these here would have put us over the top. Or essentially, almost. All 5 accounts in the XFA. And now it's chasing. So let me point out something about your monkey mind here. It's important to recognize that what I call your monkey mind, it's that all of those things that have been baked into our psyche from evolution or development as the species, if you're a creationist and don't want to believe in evolution, whatever. I mean, I think everybody agrees that humans hit the planet hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, so something's happened in the meantime. And those things kept us alive and kept our ancestors alive to pass those genes down to us and those traits. And the ones that didn't got, ended up something's lunch probably, and then that's how those genes are, that's called selective adaptivity. So, anyhow, FOMO, fear, wanting to be right, all of those kinds of things, which are real emotions and trigger adrenaline and can be problematic. You're never going to get rid of them. They've been baking in there for thousands of years. Let's put it that way. So what you need to do, and what I try to do, and not very well, obviously, like right now, for example, is recognize those. Now there's my 12 points and my second target, and I would be one happy person right now. I try to recognize them and not act on them. I didn't do a very good job of it here, but I didn't FOMO in down here. Where I crapped out was up here. And now it's really breaking our way and going to satisfy the gap rules. And yeah, it's just freaking disappointing, boy, I'll tell you. And I can't afford to continue like this. It's now my life has changed, and this needs to be what I'm going to do and rely on, or I need to shit can this whole idea and go do something, try to do something else. So yeah, really disappointing. Any one of these entry points would have been no heats. The only heat was here. And now way more than my 2-lot target. Boy, that's disappointing. Demoralizing, I should say. So what do you do? Well, learn from it, I guess. I'm not sure how to learn from it. I was so close to clicking the mouse at multiple points here and didn't do it. I need to, and it's important to recognize, okay, I didn't do it because I was afraid to lose, a fear of loss, which would have thrown me backwards in my account progression. And instead, what has happened, I didn't progress my account. And so now I have that, that loss and that disappointment of not doing that. And that's kind of FOMO of, that's where FOMO and chasing and all those kind of things come in. But I don't know what to do here. And I don't expect to have another opportunity like this today, frankly. This was the opportunity I was looking for right here. In my direction, IB continuation, exactly the trade that I've been vetted with 100%. And I guess that's part of it too, 100% win rate so far. And look at that. What the hell is wrong with me? Pick one. Pick a spot anywhere here. God, that's really disappointing. I'm letting myself and my family down. That's a real bad deal. How to learn from it, how to improve. Well, the next time, and here I go the next time. I was literally my finger on the mouse on the line, my finger on the mouse, and didn't click it. Boy, oh boy. And I'm certainly not chasing this. This is chasing, and this is FOMO now. And it could go on for another 10 handles, but it's got nothing to do with my IB trade, and it's got nothing to do with proper trade thinking or management. So really disappointing. And I need some good news here. Positive reinforcement, I should say. Man, it's disappointing. If you want to, split hairs, this is 20 points there. Good God. And another, there we go. A couple of more ticks and we're across value. The gap rules are phenomenal, really. Truly phenomenal. There's our value area low. Right there. It is surprising how often, I guess, I don't know. I guess it's a function of statistics or probabilities or whatever. That's why they are highly probable, right? That's why there's a high probability, is because they repeat. It's just like the IB. It's just like the overnight volume point of control being hit 80% of the time. Well, it's the same goddamn idea. Shouldn't be a surprise. Now, what is the kiss of death to a trader is if you're out of FOMO, you think you're going to chase it. And it may work. But that's really a big problem. That's a big blow to my my psychological capital. More so than the loss, actually, probably would have been. And that's something I need to recognize and be aware of the next opportunity that presents itself. God, I'm so disappointed there. I don't know why I did that. Adrenaline, the monkey mind, I guess. I wasn't thinking clearly. It'll be real interesting to go back and review the stream. That's the point of my voiceover here, is to have insight as to what I was thinking. So it will be real interesting tonight to go back and review that and then hear myself, right? And see if I can pick out what the issue was. Right now, the issue was that I was more afraid of taking a stop than not achieving the target and taking my trade to the next level. And it would have done it on a massive scale. Perhaps that's the problem. I don't know. I'm not sure if I explained this or not yet today, but this is a TopStep evaluation account. My thinking was, and still is, 0 to hero, right? Take this from the initial stages right through to the funded account. And right now it's one trade away from the evaluation to the XFA, where you can get paid. You don't pay the fees anymore and that stuff. Also, you saw the copy trade, copy account, whatever it is. There are 4 accounts behind that. So it's a total of 5 accounts that would cross the Great Divide into the XFA with this one trade. And I think that's valid. And that's why I'm so rigid about the commitment to take no trades off the stream and have everything transparent and accountable, so that there's absolutely no question about it. Essentially then, up here, had I taken this trade and it gone down here, this would say 60 points or 60 ticks. So there was actually, it would actually be 300 ticks in total, because there are 5 accounts of 60 ticks each. The two lot targets in this risk neutral package is $750. Each of these 5 accounts are about $500 away from, or thereabouts away from the XFA. So all 5 would be across the XFA. And I don't know why in God's hell I didn't just do that. Now it's doing this again, just to tease everybody. And I'm not going to take it, because I think it's too late. I think that the statistic has been set down here. There's our Globex low. We've traded across range. We've traded, I think we have anyway. Thing doesn't want to think, which is goddamned irritating. We have basically completed within a few ticks here of the risk of the gap rules, and of course it's you know, pulling off 7 handles, this would have been another entry. But in my opinion, that'd be chasing it. I kind of function on the, you know, how many times can you go to the well? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be 5. That seems like it's pushing your luck, especially after we have auctioned our way down to the gap rules, essentially. Don't know. Well, obviously I didn't take it, and now I'm double regretful, right? So there's this short would have been 78, and, you know, 5, there's the scale, and now another 65 down here, and it's another full contract or full trade. But with this, you know, with the mental situation that I'm in right now, with the disappointment and trying to understand what I did over here, I think this would be foolhardy. And it worked out. So, you know, I guess I'm stupid 5 times. I don't know. I'm not going on the 6th, though. Boy, that is really disappointing. And this is going again. Who'd have thought? Now, on a bigger time frame, or, you know, less focused traders or something, this would be, you know, sell the pullback. And that's working out perfectly. Sell up here at 77, 78s, and you're down here at, there's your 2 contract full 12 tick target. 12-point targets. Jesus. Wow. I don't know what to think, actually. I'm so tired of being up late, working on the back testing and all of this crap, and then to just fall down in the heat of the moment with an obvious everything right setup. This is where I talk about in my other streams about eating my own dog food. When I talk about the trading as a business, after you vetted the trade, the next time that setup presents itself, you take the damn thing, knowing full well that you will have a probability or an expectancy that it'll work, but very definitely there's 50-50 chance that it will not. And in my case, I'm risking basically 2.5. Well, the other way around, I'm risking 1 to 2.5. If you look at it, if you phrase it as risk to reward, I'm risking 24 ticks to 60 ticks. So that's essentially 2.5 to 1, or 1 to 2.5. If you call it reward to risk, it's 2.5 to 1. And that's solid, you know. I don't know what my problem is. I guess it's just scared money can't trade. That's an old saying. And I believe that's the case. A lot of historical baggage comes back to haunt you. Really disappointing here. Another disappointment up here, but not really. I'm not good at that. Sell the pullback thing. This is, though it's right up to the IB and couldn't get across it. I don't know. And ironically, still within the first 30 minutes after the IB set. So that is reasonable. Down here, not so much, in my opinion. Interestingly, that the NQ has come all the way across, closed the gap, and traded well into the value area. Huh. Wow. Really disappointing. Disappointed in myself, you know. Absolutely. So the rest of this is just bullshit and bus tickets pretty much, isn't it? I have no clue what's going on now or care. Now we got a bunch of bullshit with Trump. I'm so excited. Ambassador ceremony at the White House in an hour, and then something else and something else and some more else. That guy. That guy. And the more everybody, and the more that everybody runs around kissing his ass or making him seem like he's such an important wizard, genius, should receive a Nobel Peace Prize for peace. What? Are you kidding me? First, he himself hasn't done anything to deserve that. What the heck, I mean, I don't think any of that's going to happen. That would just be another brick in the wall, I guess, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm having a big problem dealing with this right now, so let's think about the here and now. Yeah. Very, very, very disappointing. Well, we are just all the way across the range and down to the previous MCV POC. Hard for me to be motivated here. It's really disappointing. Just for the record here, there are some compounding issues that I have which add to the delusionment or disappointment here of not taking these trades, because first of all, I'm vetting the IB trades, and the IBC is my preference. Definitely, I've recognized that. Also, my general trade preference is short. I don't know why. I've always kind of been aware of the fact that they, take the stairs up and jump out the window down. So I wait through this entire day for the IB to set, have my finger on the mouse, and don't take the trade out of fear, and miss the full trade, both targets. I'm not too disappointed about this because this wouldn't be something I would typically be 100% on, even though it is, in hindsight, is it ever a perfect IB continuation. You tasted up, couldn't get it, and off they go for the target again. But I would be thinking, okay, they bottomed out down here at the IB low, at pretty much at the pretty close to the value area low. The gap rules have been satisfied. I'd be pretty hesitant right here, even though I shouldn't be if I eat my own dog food. But this over here is just, really, really problem. And I think I had was on the wrong screens here. I'm pretty discombobulated at this point. What I was talking about was here. Any question in your mind about context? Not mine. I wait patiently through all of this for the IB low. Statistic, which is taken out right there. I think it was. Maybe it was here. No. Right, anyway, right there, over here. Down and up, there was one. There was one, there was one, there was one, there was one. Well, this is not the one, but any of these across here, very definitely in my wheelhouse, part of my plan, and I didn't take them. No heat, 2 targets. Really disappointing. And a compounding issue now for me psychologically, as any trade I would think of now, Granted, it's not an IB trade, so that's off the table, but I would be hard pressed to convince myself it was not FOMO or chasing or revenge or whatever, you know. Fortunately, I'm working on the IB trade, so I'm not going to supplant that with something else, you know. I wouldn't think of that, but I'm just saying that if I, having missed these and been being in the, having the impact that it did on my psychology and frame of mind, gonna be giving me something to think about all weekend, that's for sure. Now for the benefit of the stream here, and from a point of view of psychological damage control, I didn't overtrade. I didn't FOMO. I didn't, take any big loss. What I did do was not take the trade that I had planned on for days and today, which set up perfectly. I can't think of a better, more perfect setup for what I have been vetting than this. IB continuation. And I did not take it. I didn't, chase it. I didn't get mad and revenge it or any of those kind of things. No loss, no trade taken, and that is the big problem. I didn't take the trade, which set up perfectly and met all my criteria out of, I guess, fear, I don't know, or fear of having a loss, which I guess, even though I know definitely that's it. So that is what I need to think about. I mean, I didn't blow up my account. I don't need to reset anything. I'm still only one trade away. I guess that's part of why I'm so disappointed is I'm one trade away from all 5 of these accounts being XFA, and it was perfect. And I've waited a long time. I'm patient. I didn't take one trade in August, if I'm not mistaken. Now, there was a problem with they had some drama with the accounts, which took them a week and a half or something to sort out. But, you know, I have to up that game. I need to get to a situation where I'm taking at least one trade every other day, preferably one trade a day. And I have to take trades like that set up perfectly like this. And the result would be I'd be well past that milestone on all 5 accounts and a happy guy. Instead, this weekend, I'm going to stand here and be thinking about how to deal with that. So, you know, damage control and willpower and all that happens on a lot of different levels. Huh? I mean, over trading, clicking the mouse like I'm killing snakes, that's not even in my reality anymore. But seemingly the biggest problem I do have is paralysis by analysis, for lack of a better euphemism. I didn't take this pullback, and I am not going to look at this one, frankly, because I would think in my world, in my mind, in my psyche, in my something, I would be thinking of these as FOMO, chasing, revenging. I need to figure out how to clear the slate. It may just be a function of trading more, where there becomes a sort of a nonchalant, yeah, okay. And it's like, you know, intellectually, I understand the whole system and the whole process, and the fact that should absolutely not hang on, you know, your make it or break it should never hang on the next trade, psychologically or account-wise either, of course, but and that you should eat your own dog food, and that there is a 50-50 chance that the next trade is always going to be a stop. Could be a stop, I mean. That sucks. Really sucks. And I'm sure it's the more important it becomes in my personal life, you know, the more pressure's on. And the amount of pressure that could have been relieved by me taking that trade when I was actually had my finger to click the mouse is doesn't help. I will say that I didn't chase, even though chasing would have been okay. I don't know. Well, I guess I do know what to do about it. Just pull up my boots and man up, cowboy up, you know. Oh, looky there. The first VPOC migration all flipping day, right down to the IB high from yesterday. Remember when I put these statistics in here this morning at 8 o'clock? Well, there you are. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. I'll kind of split the difference here, and hopefully that'll work.
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor, deixa que hoje Sei que tá friozinho, já sei.
Well, oh, here we are at the eye below again.
Sei que o nosso amor aquece.
Boy, this goddamn thing is really irritating.
De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é.
There's something that you can
Sei
do
que o
here.
nosso amor
I don't remember what it is.
quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto
There we
tempo
go.
dá pra fazer o frio evaporar.
Now, anybody that's thinking they're going to get this one again is probably pissing in the wind. What do we got? Higher highs, higher lows. We put in every stat there was available to do with the gap and the IB and everything else. And now what are we going to do? Well, I think that might be, I would not be remotely thinking about that, especially under the circumstances that
Sei como
we just had this VPOC migration.
aquece quando
Yeah, I need to go for a walk or a run or something. I'm
de manhãzinho o sol nasceu.
pretty disappointed with myself and my performance here.
Deu
And I thought I was, God, I can't express how I actually had the button almost clicked, right? It's, I don't know what happened there, but I wasn't, obviously it was a fear or a, monkey boy came out to play and I wasn't quick enough to catch it.
pra fazer o frio evaporar.
I'm really looking forward to reviewing the stream, that's for sure. Oh, here I am talking to the mute again. Once again, that's great. Yeah, it's I don't know where I muted that off or what is or isn't on the stream, but for just to be sure, no case of over trading or FOMO or anything like that. Quite the opposite, actually. Not taking the trade that I had anticipated and stalked and been waiting for since the open, or since before the open, actually. But you know, and to have it set up perfectly, that's rare, actually. They don't always do that. And then to not take it, Jesus. I'd like to blame it on the fact that I'm tired, or I think it's just a clear case of wussing out, not eating my own dog food, and fear of not being right, not a fear of loss. I don't know. I don't know which pigeonhole to put it in, but I think not eating your own dog food is probably the best one. If it's a setup that you vetted and it's accurate, then every time it happens, you do it. And in this case, it was about the most perfect setup that I can remember in a long time. Given everything in, you know, from the outside higher time frame context right down to the minute, to the second, and just being all there with the mouse in position and making sure, you know, mentally going through the checklist that I was going to click the mouse the right direction and all that stuff, and then not hitting the button. That's pretty alarming. Pretty alarming. And now we've got this big thing goofing around over here. I want to be sure. I want to have the whole range in view, but I want to be sure. IRT has got an issue I've noticed. If I go like that, sometimes it will not update, and it'll just freeze here, and I'll notice this is turned gray, and then I'll roll out, and it'll suddenly jump up a bunch. I'll notice the difference in the bookmap location compared to the IRT location, and I don't know if that's always been the case or if that's a new magical thing that's happened with my machine here in my installation of IRT. And I'm sure tired of fighting with it about things like to do with back testing, that's for sure. That's for sure. I'm going to take my midday break early, probably. I would be hard pressed to take a trade now. I don't know why I did that, why that happened, but I'm going to get this all out of the way. I think I moved that, and I don't think it should have been. The expected moves are something I've been messing with, trying to see if there's any value. It's based on the opening print of the overnight or the ETH session and the relationship to the expected move, the implied volatility on the at the money strike options, obviously. And the weekly is the same idea. It's you do that Sunday night, and then you look out 5 days, and you do this every night and look out 1 day. Basically, all there is to it. I don't know if it really is valuable or not. The thinking from the options traders is that is like one standard deviation outside of the expected, outside of the print, and typically you will stay within that range. I don't know. I gotta see if it I've been tracking it for a while now to see if it works or it doesn't work or whatever else. This is, again, there's the weekly, there's the expected. And these are not accurate from, I didn't reset these last night. They look pretty great now, don't they? It's right down to it. Turns around, goes the other way. But it's not. It's just, that is luck, boys and girls. And I'm disappointed. I'd like to just, I don't know what. Being disappointed in yourself is really, or I should say disappointing yourself is the ultimate slap in the face. And right now, any trade I take, I would have in my mind was a revenge thing, and I'll be thinking about that on Monday, actually. Am I just still really mad about today? Or really upset about today? Have I got that out of my system? This is all stuff that you really need to work out between your ears. Maybe a nap. Beats the hell out of me. I could probably take a shower. The cats went by and they're going to have an intervention. They insist that I go have a shower, so maybe I'll do that. It's a beautiful Friday. Well, not, it's a pretty warm one. It's already 31, which is about 87 F. Damn. And there's a sense of urgency about it because I need to get this achieved, right? As opposed to if it's just something you're developing and you have something else to rely on and on and on and on. But this has become, like it or not, become my visible means of support and what I need to get firing on all cylinders, which would have happened today. And I just pushed down on that mouse button. In position, finger on the trigger, and didn't pull the trigger. That's going to require some introspection. Now I think we have a problem. Okay, this is what I was talking about with IRT. Now it just changed because I hit that button. I keep an eye on IRT here. See where we are? See that this progress bar is white? Moving up and down. I'll look back here in a little bit, and as long as I've got this wound in too tight, this will quit and this will turn gray and it won't be updating. We got the Rankos pretty thin. It doesn't seem to happen as much on the NQ. Whatever freaking reason. Let's see if it occurs again. I notice it once in a while. Always something. I tell you, in the old day, a long time ago, at one point in time, I traded with Trading. It's great. before they were bought by Ninja Trader, and then God knows what's happened. But it was, good volume profile, Renko bars with wicks, and pretty easy to trade. And I really admire the fellows or the traders who just trade us, absolutely naked chart. No volume profile, no price levels, no indicators, no nothing. Just candlesticks, 1 minute and 5 minute or something like that. And let's see, we've got some support here. So, comes up here, I think I'll go short or whatever it is. And whether it is a coincidence somehow that every time I happen to go there, they're winning, but I don't think so. There's a couple that come to mind, and they consistently make big money. And I also know people that have so many lines and so much bullshit on their screen, I can't see where price is. They also make money. What's the point of the story? There is no right way or wrong way to trade. Well, there's a wrong way. I guess you go broke, but there's no right way. Like, this stream is certainly not from the context that it's my way or the highway. This is the way I'm trying to perfect it and what makes sense to me now. And that's what I'm trying to do. And whatever works for you, absolutely do it. If you put a calendar on the wall or a price chart on the wall or on the floor, and wherever the cat sits on it is where you're going to trade. You know what I mean? Whatever the hell it is that works, and it's profitable for you, that is very definitely what you should do. And I'm still in shock or disappointment or dismay or need a bigger vocabulary or just decide that this isn't family friendly and say what I'm thinking about these trades that I did not execute this morning. And the hard to overstate the tremendous benefit that having followed my plan and executed those trades would have had on my account, psyche, everything else. Hi, Panda. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better. Yeah, our kitty cat was sick. Now, he used to come in and sing to Antonio every morning. All right, so welcome to the stream. If you're new, smack a thumbs up, drop something in the chat, send $1 million, you know, all those usual things. Actually, you can forget thumbs up and putting something in the chat if you want to send money. That'd work. Maybe not. Okay, never hurts to ask, right? So I will have to have a big epiphany here, or nah. Definitely give this a serious think. My plan, my statistics, my setups, the fact that I'm vetting the IB one or the other of the two IB trades doesn't change. What's changed today is that my anticipated trade, following all those same rules, I did not take, and it would have made a huge difference in a lot of stuff. So none of those things will change, but what I need to be really aware of is that I'm not succumbing to a revenge or a makeup or a kind of a mentality, you know, and not really identifying the setup and all those things as I did today, to the point of having my mouse position and my finger on the mouse button and making sure that it was the right button in the right position. Because trading with your mouse here, I'm specifically doing it over here. You can only trade with your mouse. You see how the mouse turns into, pointer turns to a $sign? That's in this active data column. In the pre-market, I describe how to set all this up and which is which, and how you can control whether it's the active data column or the DOM or both. But if you click the wrong way, right click, left click, position above or below price makes a big difference in the order you're submitting. And I trade infrequently, so I go through a, you know, checklist in my mind. If I wanted to short here, okay, if I'm below the market and I click left, it's going to be a market short. If I click right, it's a limit order short. If I click above it, I mean, same way, other way around with the right click, above or below. Not complicated, but in the heat of the moment when I'm validating and all of this other criteria, I want to be damn sure I go the right way. For the longest time in my trading, I used hotkeys, which is not very conducive on Bookmap because you don't have any real control over where you're putting the price. For resting order, for example, limit order. The other alternative is, and you can see what you're doing here by opening the trade control panel, and here are the three options: chart, DOM, or both. If you only select the chart, then you can only trade with your mouse in the chart active data column. If you select DOM, you can only trade with your DOM with your mouse in the DOM columns. And both, you do both. Well, I'm trying to convert 100% to both so that I can be precise with my level here, because I like the graphic better than I like the prices in the DOM. I'm dyslexic, so this is not very handy for me. And I have to make a mental calculation. I need to know, okay, these are 50 cents, right? These are 2 ticks. Where do I want to put it? If I'm over here, I can see where I am compared to the line, compared to where price really is in terms of a line. Over here, it is the inside market. So I'm trying to definitely convert to the mouse, and I then select both. Right there. And because I trade with multi-brackets, all these price data, trade data, is visible over here. I have it set to ticks, not dollars. And I don't need any of these bracket orders or any of this stuff because that's all controlled by multi-bracket. So I'm able to shut this trade control panel, close it, hide it, whatever. It's still hot. We're still live. We're still able to trade with a mouse or both or however it was set, but I get the real estate back. So when I'm getting ready to put a trade over here, as I was this morning, I want to be goddamn sure, or darn sure, sorry, that I'm going the right direction. Because if I misclicked down here, that's a long, not a short. Big problem. So that's why I just didn't push the mouse, and it went straight to both targets. Everything would have been, I'd have been over the top into the XFA. Everything would be done on 5 accounts. Pretty disappointing. And needless to say, that's going to require a lot of thought on my part and a replay. One of the advantages or one of the benefits of Bookmap it's got a phenomenal replay facility. I start Bookmap, or I should say I close Bookmap at 1600 every day, which closes off the recording for the ETH-RTH combination for that day. Then I start the Bookmap again after 1700 that evening. I won't today because it's Friday. I will start it at about 1700 Sunday evening, and then there will be Sunday evening and Monday's RTH trade. So you can open up that recording, and except for the progress line up here and the fact that it says replay and something else down here, you can't tell the difference in the actual way the market is trading. You know, it's smooth. These trades are just as they are here. You can use multi-brackets. You can do all of that stuff. It's a different multi-bracket. It's called multi-bracket sim, but it's exactly the same. Obviously, you don't, do the multi-account trading because you're not trading live. You're doing a replay. And all of the same parameters are displayed up here, P&L, number of contracts, average pricing, all that stuff. It's really phenomenal. And I will definitely be doing that right around here to see what the hell. As I monitor the stream and listen to what I was thinking, I'll be watching this replay also and trying to reinforce in my brain, eat the dog food, you old fart, and get going. I mean, I don't know what else to say. And I'm tired of talking about it now, so I'm not gonna. I think I'm gonna succumb to the cat's wishes and go have a shower and a shave. Maybe I can chase Mama down, and you never know. It's Friday afternoon. Got the music going. I would recommend to anybody in earshot here, and it's certainly what I think. Any trade that I would look at and consider, I'm obviously not good at cutting the pass and just going next. Especially when it's a situation like this that I was expecting all morning, anticipating this. I've been vetting only the 2 IB trades for several weeks, and that's all I've been taking in a day. When I do take a trade is one of those 2 trades, none of the other things, setups. And so to miss that, it's really hard for me, as you can probably tell from this continual dialogue, to just go next and on to the next one. It would be extra hard for me to think about, what am I going to take a trade of right now? Going into the lunch hour on Friday after the gap is closed, after we've had all this big non-farm payroll story out, I would be hard-pressed to believe a setup. And, here's 87. Here's 75. that VPOC migration that tested up here for wherever, however you picked up here to be, you're damn near 10 points in the money with no heat. Not that, so the point of that is there may be valid trades coming up from now on, but be real skeptical to trust myself that I was being unemotionally motivated and definitely just, logical and mechanical about it. So there's that. And with that, I'm going to go see what trouble I can get into around here. Also, don't forget there's the unknown critical risk potential, because we've got, take a quick spin through here we are for the day. Look at our day here. Just above this. Now, do I think that this micro composite from the 3rd would be taken out? Real probable. Look how close we got. Would that be nice? Yeah. This is 74 and this is 52. That's 25, 26 points, right? Anyway, so here's today. Let's look at the all-important risks. Well, we've got something there, we've got something there, we've got something there again, something again. I would say spooky. Oh, and this guy's talking. Unconventional policies should be coordinated with the government. Who's unconventional policies? So the Fed needs to scale back distortions or fluctuations in the economy, but Mr. Microphone can truth social at 3 a.m. and tip the government over, a crock of shit. Oh, this is a real big statement here. This guy's dangerous. This is Bissett. This is a big thing to say. This is a real big statement for this guy to say. This is just undermining the entire work of the Fed, which has kept us, brought us to a soft landing after COVID, brought inflation down to 2%-ish, now it's going back the other way, and had employment lowest it's been in 10 years. This is a pretty inflammatory statement for a guy who had nothing to do with any of that to make about someone who just accomplished 10 years worth of really random economic environments. COVID, that's pretty amazing. Here's another one. Look at this one here. Oh, this guy. He is so busy sucking on a particular appendage of Donald Trump, he doesn't know whether to shit or go blind, this guy. Trump administration shifted towards tax cuts and deregulation. Tariffs are the largest tax implied or imposed on the American population in history. And if anybody thinks that those tariffs are not direct taxes on the public, this guy should be immediately removed from office if he can't recognize that. Deregulation, yeah, no control, and tax cut for Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and the crypto family. Everybody else is footing the bill. Wow. Well, the central bank, the Fed's mission, they have two mandates. One is maximum employment, and the other is a growing economy. They were able to achieve those things through the COVID, which was under the Trump administration. By the way, it's important to remember that Fed Chair Powell is a lifelong registered Republican and was appointed to that job at the Fed by Donald Trump. Now this joker comes out of no place and suddenly has all kinds of armchair, couch quarterback things to say. Wow. What a screaming idiot. Jesus, that's really disappointing to me. I didn't need to see that. Anyway, there's just more random risks, so I'm gonna go. Yeah, it's just more disappointment as far as I can see. That is really amazing. All-time highs in the S&P 500. Soft landing after COVID. Unemployment was down in low 4s, sneaking towards 3. And inflation was in the 2s. And the stock market was at all-time highs. And somehow this Bassett guy thinks that's a bad job. And tries to sell the idea that this government is imposing tax cuts and deregulation. Yeah, you can drill anywhere you want. There's nothing wrong with the economy. There's nothing wrong with the climate. There's no reason to be conscious of the environment. And the tariffs are the largest imposed tax on the American people in history. Jesus Christopher Christ. And the scary part about it is there's a bunch of people with red ball caps on that are going to believe that shit. Believe that guy. Really, really crazy. I don't know what to think, and then I make a mistake like this today when this is essentially what I'm looking for get the hell out of here freedom. Basically. Yeah, it's pretty disappointing. I don't know what to say. And I think I'll refrain from commenting on that anywhere but here in the stream. This doesn't do any good. And it's just really frustrating.
Llegó para ayudarte a dormir y sabes que con ella nunca tiene que sufrir y con amor puedes vivir. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está.
All right, so here we are. Yeah, this is just really sucks. Oh well, shit happens, right?
coisas chegam quando passam. Se o que aconteceu de errado, veja bem pelo outro lado, é o que faz você agora. Todas as migalhas do passado vão viver tempo de glória. Pois é, o tempo de Deus não tem razão. Até o dia que soltarmos que nos foi presenteado esse pássaro na mão. Seu assovio é tão lindo, é o canto do perdão. Pois é, as coisas chegam quando passam. Se o que aconteceu de errado, veja bem pelo outro lado, é o que faz você agora. Todas as migalhas do passado vão viver tempo de glória. Pois é, o tempo de Deus não tem razão. Até o dia que soltarmos que nos foi presenteado esse pássaro na mão. Seu assovio é tão lindo, é o canto do perdão. Pois é.
Salgo a caminar al sol por nuestro lago y por donde mire te veo en todos lados. Tantos recuerdos, cuánto hemos pasado. Ay, amiga, cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga, te extraño. En nuestro universo todo era posible. Cantamos, reímos.
Well, it would appear that we're going to just wind this day out like this. Boy, am I disappointed still, but, you know, life's what happens while you're making other plans, I guess, right? What do we got going on here? Quite a day. Interesting to see how long the selling tail works, where we end up. Yeah, that was truly a mistake, boy. One that I will regret all weekend, that's for sure. Not that I anything wrong, just an opportunity that I fully expected and anticipated and actually narrated here, and had my mouse just on the entry spot, confirmed in my mind the checklist of which way to click, and didn't hit the button. Really disappointing in myself. No loss to account, no loss taken, etc. But no risk to the account or unnecessary risk taken. So still disappointing though. But on the glass half full concept, I recognized the trade exactly, narrated it, knew exactly what to do. And in the I don't know whether, I'm not sure whether the recording recognizes or captures the location of the mouse or not. That'll be interesting to see. But I certainly didn't succumb to fear, FOMO, chasing, revenge, or any of those things. So those emotions I had control over, and there you go. Now I will apply the theory that there's no missed opportunities, only the next one. And come back at it on Monday. The stream will start on, again, 8 o'clock every morning with the pre-market and the setup and review of the numbers and the overnight, etc. And runs every day until 1500. All right. There you are. Wow, look at this ATR right there at the around 10 o'clock is about 13 handles. That's amazing. That's real amazing. Now we're down to 4.75, so we're still outside my 3-point range, and volume is way up. Way up on the day. That's pretty amazing. That's relative volume, by the way. But it easily, also, if you don't have those charts, it's easily available up here. It's 1.36 million so far since 1700 last night, and that's high at the end of at the close, and we've got another at least another hour of trade, being the power hour. We are way down, of course. We're 0.5% change negative. Look at this fantastic, classic, absolutely classic B-shaped profile, meaning long liquidation at the max, and big string of singles across here. Wow, look at that. That's pretty amazing. Look at that string of singles. Wow. Long liquidation or heavy selling. But look at it in the big scheme of things. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 days. We're in a 20-day range, basically, isn't it? And probably longer than that if you want to think about it. Back to here anyway. Well, yeah, it's a crazy world out there. Trading can trigger such an immense range of emotions, feelings. You really need to be able to be aware of what's going on in your head. And just to not get out of control. I didn't take a trade. Very disappointing. The range of things that would have changed in my overall personal daily, and trade life is pretty substantial, but I didn't overreact and get mad and read cringe and end up blowing the account or something really stupid, right? Here we go for the power hour. My guess will be, my prediction here is that we will just trade the day flat out. there is the ever-present probability or eventuality of a squeeze. But I think they got the market way long. Now where are they? We're right here now, right? Right in the middle of all that liquidity and all that consolidation and all that range. Market went down to go up, went up to go down, went down to go up to go down a ways, and maybe some more further. So it's, in my opinion, we're going to hold our ground here around this and just trade off this probability. Of course, out of this distribution, of course, there is the possibility that they'll put a squeeze on them, try to squeeze these shorts. However, I think that the majority of this was long liquidation. So unwinding trades more than that. But, you know, anything's possible. Excuse me. Be aware that these are 2.5 point increments here instead of, so each one of these is just about my stop or T1. I do that because I want to see the entire session in range in my view, context. And I'm not likely to be. This is my new idea, so I keep the entire session range in view. And then when I get to a point, just like earlier today, when I was thinking that I was anticipating interacting with the market, I'm going to zoom in. But, you know, even this is, there's 2 hours. What happened in the market? That's what happened in the market. Going to have another announcement from the White House. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why don't they say what they're announcing? Here's a bunch of new stuff I don't know. I'll be forced to start a Section 301 proceeding to nullify unfair penalties being charged to these tax-paying American companies. I won't allow discriminatory actions, threatens a 301 probe over tech fines. I don't know who. Not sure that this guy has the authority to tell other governments who they can or cannot fine for what, especially a guy who has put a tariff on an island full of penguins. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs about this Google fine, but, you know, I'm just amazed. It seems like we have, he in particular has this king idea that he's the ruler of the universe. And I think what's going to happen is he will just continue to further alienate everybody and isolate America. And that is going to be a real big mistake, in my opinion. Just my opinion. But every time I see headlines like that, I'm kind of surprised to think, well, let's see. You know? But we have the ability to demand that TikTok be divested from the Chinese company and buy, you know, for example, that just pops to mind. I don't know. It just seems so really random. Anyway, I'll do the daily recap here to 14:30 like normal. But it is just pretty freaking crazy to me. But I mean, I don't think it would be any surprise, or I don't think it's a surprise to any rational person that some folks are operating in a pretty diluted manner. Or at least it isn't surprising to me. So what is the market doing? Well, we've got about 50 minutes to the cash session close, 1500. I will spend the weekend being pissed at myself. That's for sure. What's going on up here? Let me see what's happening with it. Looks like the stream is streaming right along fine. If you're just passing through, click thumbs up, subscribe, send money. Drop something in the chat. Oh, I didn't take my own medicine here. I stream in 1440p. So if it's a little grainy or a little strange for you to see there, you can click the gear icon on YouTube and go all the way up to 1440p there, and you'll see plenty of granularity. I think. And full screen's pretty cool. puts book map on a full full monitor size there in pretty high definition, so that's pretty good. I don't usually do that. I just usually keep it at, I open it every morning and use it to monitor that the stream is streaming along. 93 degrees F if you're one of those folks. That would be 33 or 4 C. Right now my main computers are not going the temp. They're doing the poor air quality alert, which is a pretty much of a constant thing here, fortunately. So we're at coming up to 45 minutes before the cash close. We're testing up to the top of this distribution right here, where we've been 1, 2, 3, or 4 times. Will they try to squeeze them? I don't know. Take some profit. It is Friday afternoon, so I guess if you sold the top up here, first of all, congratulations. If you want to rent out that crystal ball, let me know. And it's Friday afternoon. It's, we're drawing to the bottom of the power hour. What would you do? I'd take some profit. Now, anybody that's short anywhere down through here, you could say this was a bunch of people that got short down here that are pretty disappointed about it. Life in the fast lane. And profit taking, maybe. Remember that's 86, 58, say 56. That's 30 handles across here. This was a pretty big range for the NQ. For the ES. Not a big range for the NQ particularly, but it is for the ES. What are we doing here? We're about 41. So 90 handles in the ES. Let's drop it at 90 something handles. Wow. Boy, if you got that, you're a freaking star, I'll tell you. If you got that trade, take a screen snap of it and post it in the chat, or that'd be great to see. I'd be proud of you. I did not. I was not. I had no intentions of that because I am only vetting the IB trades now, which I've got to consider. I'm thinking of a couple of different alternatives. One is to trade either the micros on a completely different, on the stream, but just trade them with my normal trade plan and various setups. So there's something going on here for me to do. Or focus on and continue to take this trade, which I should have done right here. And then they would be XFAs, and I would trade the minis that way normally. But I can't do that while I'm trying to vet the trade, the setup, because if I did, whatever trade I took which had varying parameters could not be included in the data set for vetting the trade, because obviously the point is you've got to compare apples and apples. So there's that. And what I mean by that is simple. If I want to determine from this study, capturing this data and doing the analysis statistically, okay, let's say it's 100 trades. Out of 100 trades, what percentage achieved T1? What percentage achieved T2? What percentage took a stop? What percentage was a scratch? In order to be able to do that meaningfully, T1 has got to always be constant, T2's always got to be constant, and the stop has always got to be constant. It should be obvious. If you have a 10 tick stop this time and a 25 tick stop next time and a 50 tick stop the next time and a 2 tick stop the next time, how can you possibly compare them? You can't. Same way with T1, same way with T2. So that's why they all got to be the same. That's why I am so focused on trying to get my head around and straighten out these issues with my IRT. Yes, ma'am. Yes. That's why I'm so fixated to get the IRT backtesting functioning properly, because it can do this entire backtest and validation, and it can do it in a second. What do I mean by that? Well, since we've got some time, this is where I'm back testing. Let's pick a IB continuation. I'm having big problems with the IB failure based on a specific setup that I want to do, that Rod and we've agreed is a great idea. And it could also be the reverse of that setup. Once it's working, obviously you can go long, you can go short, you can go out, which is IBC or IBF, whichever, right? Depending on where you go. This is the way you set up a backtest in IRT. You create a series of rules. Now, unlike Bookmap and maybe whatever, I don't know, if you have a trading platform that is intelligent enough to know, I'll show you here. The multi-brackets in Bookmap is intelligent enough to know that if I set it, if I have 2 contract size and I put in a 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1 and a 48-tick T2, it's intelligent enough to know if I've gone long or short. If I've gone long, then this needs to be negative 12-2, positive 12, negative 12, positive 12, positive 48. If I've gone short, then this is a positive 12, negative 48, right? It's intelligent enough to know that. Specifically coding the rules in IRT, doesn't do that. So you have to have, there's the stop, then there's T1, T2 long, there's a T short stop, T short 1, short T2, and 2 end of day deal. So if you're in a trade and you get to a specific distance from the end of day, which I set, it closes the account. And the way these work is, for example, if the long signal fires, what happens? It buys 2 contracts at the entry price 50, at 50, V-pound 50. If T1 hits, it sells 1 contract, but closes partial long position at 51. T2, 52. If the stop hits, then it closes the entire position, exits the position at V-pound 53. And those V-pounds are set in the entry signal here. If this criteria happens, and we are 1 hour from the start, and we are 300 I mean, 1 minute from the start and 300 minutes, 60 minutes from the start, 300 minutes from the session close. Then it sets B pound 50 to the low, 51 is to 50 plus 12, etc., and sets a couple of flags. And there you go. And it enters, and then it does its thing. Same way with the short, only the reverse. Then you can set up the back test for, say, 2 days. I have no idea what will happen. These haven't been working very good lately because I've been messing with the code too much. So there's the ES, 2 positions. It's the futures 8:30 or the RTH session. There's 2 contracts. I want these reports to come out. Okay, let's back test it. You ready to see? Set your watch. You ready? Here you go. Oh, there it is. It took a second. And it tested, it took 5 trades, 1 long, 4 short. This is in 1 day, right? Or 2 days, whatever I put. Oh, 2 days right there. And net profit is $912.50. Net long, net short. And then there's a whole host of other data down here that you can look at if you want to. US trades, how it compares to the buy and hold, and average net winning day, and all that kind of thing. Here's an important page for me in these, which this must be 300 maximum losing, because that's what 2 contracts at 24 ticks. That's the value. Unfortunately, IRT only does it in dollars, not ticks, but okay, I know that I know that the stop is $300. The largest winning trade is a little bigger by $12.50, 1 tick, than the maximum trade, because the largest winning trade should be $750. That's all 60 points, 60 ticks. 2 contracts, or 60 ticks at $12.50. So this is actually 61 ticks. It got an extra tick, probably on a different set. Anyway, so there's that. And then we have this one, which shows how the rules are handled and set. Come on, you son of a bitch. Well, this thing is just... And these are the individual trades. There's the date. There's the specific time. We entered an IBC long. We bought 2 at this price. Here's our T1 at 10:01. Then I hate it when it does these. I have to figure out exactly why that is. It's got to do with using the low or the close. At 12:23, it sold that for T2, and we actually got $612.50 rather than 600. There's that extra point or tick, and that's based on this right here. And then we had another short where we took 2 T1, T2. A short where we scratched, we took T1 and then we scratched. A short where we took a full stop, and another short where we took another full stop. So I could go back and analyze those on the chart, but that's how it works. And you see how long it took to do that compared to, imagine if you were doing, if you're doing 10 days, you've got to capture 10 days. It would take about 1.5 seconds. Now, there's another functionality that you can do with a certain way that these are set up, and that's you can push that to the chart. Don't want that. Don't want that. Okay. So here is one that's a stop. Here's a stop. Here's plus 48. Here's a full scale. I mean, Here's 2 targets. These are the 2 stops. Come on. Here's the full, here's a graphic representation of the full stop. And I'll point out to you that I can't get at the back end code, so this thing doesn't add the first 12 ticks to the second 48. It only shows plus 48. This should actually be a total of the trade of 0.60 or 60 ticks. But anyway, there you go. There's the short was entered right here. Come on, Jesus. The short was entered right here, and there's our T1 and there's our T2. And so you can go back and graphically see if it's doing what you think, the way you coded the entry and the rules to work. So that's why it's so important to me to get this working, because I can get rid of this month and a half long crap I've been dealing with vetting these 2 IB trades. Here, I'll give you an example. We got a couple minutes. I have no idea what the profit or target or loss will be, but let's take 20 trading days a month, right? Take 20 days. How long is that going to take, you suppose? It's going to take about a second. 20 days. It took 25 trades, 11 were long, and 14 were short. Not very good profitability, but did we have our parameters correct over here? Okay, so here we go again with another, here's that same extra tick. That's correct, so we're good there. Our percent profitability or win rate is 20%. Not very good, but still profitable because this is a 2.5 to 1 reward to risk ratio. Oh, come on. And there's all the trades over 10 days. And if you want to push them to the chart, you can do the same thing. You can analyze each and every one of them. That is the efficient way to do it. And backtesting, a computerized or programized backtest completely eliminates any discretion. I would have been now a happy man, because this trade would have been taken, no question about it, and I would have gone on to my targets. Because what killed me over here was discretion, which allowed fear in the door, and why I had my mouse positioned, my finger on the correct button. I'd run through the checklist to be sure it was the correct button for the entry type, and I just didn't go further down with my finger. That would not happen with the back test. Over here I'm talking about. So that's how that works, no? And that's why I struggle weekends and nights getting this stuff coded up. And now we've crossed the big 30, baby. We're around the curve on the final home stretch on a Friday, the 5th of September. Holy crap. 9/9. 4 more days till that. Where were you on 9/11? I know exactly where I was and what I was doing. I was trading. I was in Coconut, in my apartment, and I had a townhouse in Coconut Grove, a house in Coconut Grove, Florida. I had come back from Africa specifically to trade in 99. And I all sitting at my desk with my multiple monitors and everything, and I was along a bunch of stock, and I had CNBC on the TV, which I absolutely don't do and don't recommend doing. And in those days, I didn't know the difference. Had it on the thing and just sat there and watched the building, watched the airplanes fly into the buildings, watched the whole thing unfold, and watched my account blow up subsequently thereafter. But yeah, I'll never forget that in a million years. That's like, where were you when Kennedy was shot? That's another one of those moments, I guess. If you're old enough, I certainly was. So there you go. We've rounded the curve. We did try to put a little bit of a squeeze here, a little profit taking maybe. Went up to the Globex VWAP. Coming back down. Got a little bit high here, and now we're coming back in. Mean reversion. If you're good at mean reversion trading, boop, boop, I guess you did okay. If you weren't trying to vet anything and you saw this procedure and you just, any kind of pullback, you just sold it. You were infinitely in the money, and that's the way to be. So we will get on with the daily recap now. I've gone on ad nauseum about not taking the setup that I should have, so I'm not going there anymore. Let's look at our news sources. This is investing.com, which is my oldest and my first, shall I say, news source, because it was out long before Financial Juice, but I like it because it gives us a nice, clear, concise breakout and listing of the reports for the day. You can filter it a million different ways from Sunday to your, put it in your time zone, what filters you want to see. Do you want 1 star, 2 star, 3 star only? What, right? You can, what countries, everything. Let's look at what happens next week now. So Monday we got consumer credit at 1,400. That's going to be a pretty big number. I'm surprised that's only a 2 star. Tuesday, EIA short-term outlook, and we've got a three-year bond or note auction. Wednesday we got the core PPIs, crude, 10-year notes, GDP now from the Atlanta Fed. Thursday, OPEC, SHMOPEC, and BOPEC, and we got the CPIs, initial jobless, 30-year bond, really big deal. This is a really big deal. This is the long end right here. Look at all these 3-star events on Thursday. And Friday we got Michigan, which is a biggie. They always put 2 stars, but that damn thing moves the market every time. Or Michigan consumer credit down here at 9, all the same thing. So there we go. What about earnings? Well, they pretty much wound down, it looks like. Good for them. Well, they're wound down. The next source of news is the Financial Juice, also free. The docket or the calendar's kind of the same over on this side, but it has a bit of a squawk box news feed kind of a thing going on over here. So I used both at this point. This is all by Donald Trump. Her mortgage records indicate she may have committed fraud. Not guilty of anything, but being publicly crucified by Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Fraud. Donald Trump. Just think about it. Let that soak in for a minute. Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, Stephen Miller, that's real useless piece of guy there, I'll tell you. We're going to get it fixed, meaning they're going to get the numbers to be just what the White House tells them. That's really scary. Stephen Miller is the most venal toilet rat, as somebody called him. I got to agree. He looks like, just, I'm sure he wears a Nazi uniform and marches around his house at night. That guy just makes me sick. Anyway, enough of that. He's a nice guy. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Probably had a bad childhood. Here we are. I got to not have negative thoughts. I got to stop looking at those news things because I think it has a real bad impact on my outlook. And I think that's really important. I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that kind of person. So we have a major long liquidation. Selling. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? Boom. Down here. Now, it should be noted that, as I do every time, the bond market is a zero-sum game. And that means that there is no such thing as more buyers than sellers. If you ever hear somebody say that, then immediately run away. Think about what it's termed. It's a contract. Contract is an agreement between a buyer and a seller. How could you have a contract with only one party? Impossible. How does the market move up or down? Aggression. The market goes down by sellers coming across the inside bid and aggressively hitting the bid. Down they go. Taking these passive resting orders. Goes up the opposite way. Buyers come across the inside market and lift the offer, and up you go. These are passive. But there's never more of one than the other. So taking that to the next idea, and best looking over here probably. Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't show you what I was doing. They come across the inside market and lift the offer. Market goes down by sellers coming across the inside market and hitting the bid. All right. You've heard me say lots of times the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. Down to go up and goes up to go down. Goes down to go up. What do you suppose is going to happen next? And why? Well, it's a zero-sum game, right? So right here, today, what happened? Seller. All this selling happened right over here. What happened on the other side of that? Who took the other side of all this selling? Buyers, huh? For every seller, there's a buyer. So all these people that thought this, or if you want to be more precise, up we go, gap way up we go. All these people that took these, that were buying. Who's taking the other side of that? The seller. How did those sellers get profitable? Buyers. They came down through here and took out all of these stops. which convert to buy stops all the way down. My opinion is it is a higher time frame that's on the other side of those trades, and that's why the market does that. Who's got the horsepower to, the depth of market, the depth of money, the depth of pocket, the account size to be short those vast amounts? And I think it's only the higher time frames. Now we're going to have the market on close imbalance orders at 1450. So we know what reports we've got coming up. We know what numbers we've got coming up. We saw what happened today. And the stream will start up at 0800 Monday morning. I start pushing all my levels and firing up all my machines are all online at 1700 Sunday night. These price levels that are pushed automatically to Bookmap here, I share openly with lots of different people if that would be beneficial to you. Smack the thumbs up, subscribe, and put something in the chat and I'll hook you up with a link. These start pushing automatically at 1700 on Sunday night and continue through market close today, 24/7. Well, 24, 5.5, 5 and a few hours. No problem. It's a CSV file, so if you don't use Bookmap, you could put it into an Excel or something and you get the same. You wouldn't have all the fancy colors and stuff, but you'd have the numbers. I'm sure you could convert it to probably Sierra chart, who knows, maybe one of the others. So there we have that. I am disappointed that I'm not celebratory today, that having had all 5 of those accounts be in the XFA. That's really disappointing, but hey, Monday's another day, eh? The market is a continual stream of opportunities. You just have to wait for the next bus. Or as another fella somewhere I saw said, there's no such thing as a missed opportunity. There's only the next one. There we go. That's about all I've got to say for the market recap. The news is pretty surprising. What else? Have a great weekend. Get some away from the screens, get outside, have some fun, do something healthy. I hope the weather is pleasing for all of those things wherever you are. It's 34C here. Our weekends are pretty busy with going to the market and doing mowing and all that stuff here, which I do, and then Sunday I go for a minimum of a 12-mile walk/run. Mostly I'll walk every Sunday. Followed in hot pursuit by a recovery nap when I get back, and in this heat it's a real killer. Yeah, so anyway, we've got 15 minutes to the cash close, 5 minutes to the, 4 minutes almost to the MOC market on close imbalance. At the risk of seeing what some screaming idiot has to say over here. Those market on close deals will pop up here and it'll look like this right here. This was pretty incredible. This was the other day. Second. You read this as 3,322,000,000 S&P 500 contracts for sale on the sell side. That's the imbalance. Sell side market on close. Imagine that. 3,322,000,000 contracts. Multiply that by 1250 and see how many see what the dollar amount is every tick. I'm afraid to. I don't think I can know how to put $1 billion into my little calculator. I don't think it even goes that high. So pretty soon we will have a pretty soon we will have the market on close orders at in about 2.5 minutes. This isn't real time, of course. You can, but it's free. So if you want to have real time, you can spend a couple $100 a month or whatever they want to charge. I don't find the need myself. And I'm not sure whether we're going to have any movement at all, but you never know. Bureau of Labor Statistics, that piece of need to keep Miller the hell away from anything to do with the government, and that'll never happen with Trump in there. So we got about 30 seconds or so for this market on close. Trying to see what they're talking about with Google, but every time I read through here, something else, there's some other thing. Some other crazy thing being said. And now there's going to be some announcement at the top of the hour here, so I'll be shutting this thing off pretty quick. And there we go. There is our market on close orders, and there's about exactly nothing happening over here. Look at this. Now, granted, that is 4 or 5, 3 or 4 points here. But there we go. So we've got a 800 million buy side S&P, 152 million buy side Nasdaq. Dow 30 is sell side 59 million, and the Mag 7 is buy side 47 million. Right here. Okay, get away from that before I get mad some more. Now we've got the situation where this is turned gray, See how it froze right there? Now I'm going to scroll out, which is going to move this, spread these out wider, and it will miraculously, I hope, miraculously change, but no, it did not. There we go. So now we're actually printing over here. Irritating. And we come right back down on the VPOC. Boom. And 8 minutes till the cash close. See how this immediately wipes itself out over here? Four minutes and change. Really, definitely a day I will remember. That's for sure. That is for sure. And not fondly, actually. Maybe nap 30 here, you never know. Well, there we go, boys and girls. 4 big ones. And the weekend has officially started. Not really, because this is only the cash close. Then we have the curb trade for another 15 minutes. And the market is actually still doing stuff until about 1600, but not for me. Look at the big sell tail we got over here. What we did, this big yellow line, here's where we're trading. 3 minutes. So I think I've gone through the recap. The fact that it's a zero-sum game and how I figure the market moves and kind of what you might expect. Also, the futures market is a big hedge instrument for options. So that's also important to understand, and boy, do I know nothing about options. And the answer to that question is yes, I know nothing. I mean, what I know is just enough to be really dangerous. I wish I did, because I think there's a way to... I think it might be one of the more successful trades around, except it's expensive. There's no downside limit, risk limit, usually. And with futures, it's straight, clean. I can understand it. And there's great tax advantages trading futures. So it's not capital gains, it's regular income. So that's pretty important. I just need to get, have taken that trade and be off in a different realm. See all the liquidity just flash in right there? As we have 1 minute to go. That's pretty funny, huh? They just all hit. All the algos hit at the same, or the computers, algos, whatever, just all filled in at the same moment. And how they trade with each other is a mystery to me. But if you're trading that kind of size, you can be, making huge money every day, taking a tick. Look at them go. Look at all the liquidity stacked in there, 4s and 500s. How they just cleared out. Now they're in the 1s and 2s. High 1/2s. Nothing big anywhere. There's a 224 way down there at 50. I don't think he's going to get hit anytime quick. Maybe. Why would they be doing that? Why would this guy be sitting down here, stacking, right? Why would that happen, I wonder? That I don't know. And I, the great and powerful Oz, am going to do this right here. Because I just happened to notice when I was over here moseying around down here, this turned into a $sign. If I'd have clicked there, it would have put a buy. Now, that would have been a limit buy down here, which wouldn't get hit. So it wouldn't have been a fat finger, but it would have been something I didn't want. And that's pretty important. There we go. The weekend has started, boys and girls. Have yourself a great weekend. Do something healthy. Get outside. Get away from the screens. Rest your eyes. Do something, work out. Go to the gym. Whatever it is you do. Remember that your the condition of you is as, if not more important than all of the things we focus on. Programs and platforms and screens and monitors and internet connection and all of that crap. If you're on tilt, you're not healthy, you're not well rested, you're not hydrated, none of the rest of it makes any difference. You are the CPU that's running your trading business, and you need to make sure that that is fully operational. So I will be back bright and shiny on 8 o'clock, at 8 o'clock on Monday morning for the pre-market, and I hope to see you all there. Thanks for coming by. I'll be interested to do my trading and reanalyze this, what I didn't do today. And have yourself a great weekend.